Well, good afternoon or morning to you, wherever you might be in the world. Welcome to much belated, much missed doing flying with Mike here. And I do apologize for my time away. Lots been going on, good and bad. But so far, for those running any kind of wonders out there, no babies. Although the delay in getting started here for about 15 minutes, text came in and we weren't sure. So all is good. So far, none of the babies have come yet. So, but anyway, so please just realize that's very much Friday. Definitely nothing. Possibility Thursday. We'll kind of see how my day goes tomorrow at work. Hoping for the best, but it's the airport. Who knows? So we'll see where that leads us. But anyway, folks, I just want to welcome you in. Today, we're going to I know you haven't seen this bird in a while on here, the A330. We're going to take it into the sky from Karachi City, Pakistan, and head on over to Bahrain. It's part of the Destination of the Month tour that Millennium Aviation, otherwise known as Mac Air, uh, puts on, and we're going to get our flight in for the month with them. Coming out of Karachi City, Karachi, potato, you make however it's supposed to be. Louisville, you get the drift. So, but anyway, we're going to be doing it, like I said, this is the X-Works A330-900 NEO. And don't even get me lying on which version it is. It's just the first update to it. And what they've updated it with is pretty good. I have to admit, I'm still a little fuzzy on a couple of procedures with it. But we're going to shake it down, see what we think. Last time we flew the Dash 900 was in Delta Team USA colors out of Alaska. That's about a year ago, I think, maybe less. Um, and today we're flying it in Qatar colors, FIFA worldwide, that is. So we'll see once the sun and daybreak happens here. But I hope you enjoy the flight. So let's get up in the cockpit. And Airbus lovers, you're going to get well, this is what happens when you go supersize, in a way. I can't even imagine what the cockpit would look like in the A380. So probably pretty similar. So anyway, here we go into the office, and we'll see what kind of, uh-oh, now that's never good. Oh, I know what happened. I knows exactly what happened. Bear with, I had a bad feeling that it happened. And we're still on it. Now why are we off? Oh, I hate when it does this. Hang on, folks. I've got to... Went too long is what I think. I don't get this feature right here, folks. It just makes no sense to me, and I'm sure there's all the reasons in the world. It's just very confusing. You got to click service, and I'm not even sure if it even opened up. Yeah, it did. We're opened up for business again. All right, so they're going to be loading us and bringing a GPU and all of that out. All right, well, we will endeavor to make this work. All right. Like I said, this is flight number 1 with the plane. I've only gone through engine startup prior to this, so it is not doing everything it did last time to me. So, like I said, little on the confused side. I can't get the covers to come off for some reason. Anyway, we'll get them with the engine start. If not, we'll be flying with engine covers. All right, folks. So the A330, Yes, it's just a bigger version of the A320s. So, and more in line with the A300, the original Airbus, out there. So before we get going much further, let's get this commercial break over. I don't want to go too much without them being able to hear it all. I just realized what happened here. Trying to figure out what control, because some of, okay, as I was saying as we went into the break, folks, this is the A330, the bigger version of the A320s, and kind of in line size-wise. Little shorter, don't get me wrong, don't start sending hate mail to me, than the A300, the original Airbus. But she takes up a pretty good footprint on the ramp. Looking for, and not running into it. Is it over here? That's speakers. What I'm trying to find is how we put light up here in the upper dash, in the middle console. And I am just not seeing it. All right, not there. PFDs, no, that's not it. Used to be. Yeah, I'm not sure how to control the brightness here, because I'd like to have the backlighting on. Maybe it's one of these floods down here. Let's try it. Well, that brought up that, but it still did not do what I'm looking for. I have got to be blind as a bat here, folks, because I'm sure it's like right in the A320s and that version, folks, there's like a knob right here. We could turn it up. And I have no idea. All right, well, we'll just have to kind of fly a little bit differently today. That's fine. Anyway, part of, again, the reason I kind of like daylight flying, you don't really have to worry about lighting. I know this is, we're going to probably find it on landing. It'll be too late then. But anyway, so let's get going, shall we? I don't want to waste too much time here, because we are on the clock, as they say. All right, let's get some toolkit in here and pre-brief this up. All right, there we go. Let's head up. Oh, not VFR planning. Let's do flight planning. Okay, and then all you do is come up here. If you've loaded a flight plan and generated it in SimBrief, free web utility, folks, then this works beautifully. And here it comes up. All you got to do, reread it, look at it, click Fly Now. All right. Come down a little bit more. There we go. All right, so you can see our routing. It's going to be the MELO 1F departure, MELOM A54 VUSET, N571 to ALPOB, then L76 to SOLOB, A5453 to SOGAT, and into Bahrain, runway 30 right. Sorry about that, folks. Still do have my cough. So that's what we're working with today. Weather-wise here in Karachi, it's not too bad. The winds are 240 at 8, 5,000 meters in haze. Few clouds to deal with at 10,000 feet, and then temperature here 29 degrees Celsius. So really pretty much right down the runway for winds. Clouds are nicely above us, and there are only a few of them. We'll see how they actually paint out in the sim. Over in the sandbox of Bahrain, we're looking at winds of, as of right now, 340 at 17. Clear and visibility okay. See what all of that translates when we get there. And it's 22 degrees Celsius. So looking at this, we'll have a little bit of a crosswind to contend with. All right. Now moving on, let's see what we've got inside. So we're going to be running with 275 peeps, cargo 14,400. So our zero fuel weight is around 345,260 pounds. We're going to throw on 49,645 pounds of fuel. And, you know, I just kind of noticed this. If you guys been looking in the parentheses, that should be saying KGS, not LBS. Or unless that is the correct designation now for it. I mean, that's always possible. Things change. But yeah, I just kind of noticed that. Should be kilograms, not pounds. And sorry for sniffling, folks. Really, my allergies have been just, atrocious here of late. Again, you can see our route. And then we're going to go with a cost index of 80. I have it, other than the Citation 10, I've never been given clearance to 40,000 feet initially. That's pretty cool. And then we come down to 34 over at MENSA, wherever that is in our flight. We'll have to look it up. But anyway, there you have it, folks. The loadout for the flight. And we're going to go ahead, pre-file. Hopefully I won't regret this, but we'll go on VATSIM. We actually have to sign in. Been a while. Yeah, there's a reason, VATSIM. There is a reason. All right. One thing we've been doing a lot lately, because we've been flying in the States, CTAF. That is not applicable. So we fly 122.8 takeoff to landing unless we're in controlled airspace by VATSIM. Not controlled airspace like it is in the real world. I'm talking under VATSIM controllers. In the U.S., they have the CTAF rule being tried out until March. I'm sorry, until March. We're just about out of March here, Captain. Till May. So we'll see. I'm kind of not sure if they were to ask me my opinion on it. I mean, it's great. It would be really great if we could use that even if center was up, so that we're not waiting on the ground all that time for them to get us a clearance. But I could hear their side of the story too. Hang on just a second, folks. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Had to blow out my nose. Didn't really think you wanted to hear that in your ears. All right, so we're filing the flight plan here for a for a 1610 departure. Oh my goodness. I think I could constantly be blowing my nose out and it would never stop. It'd be constantly saying, I need you to blow it out again, blow it out again. Uh. All right, and file. Okay, so we're in the system now. So much so I'm even going to commit this way. And by the way, you will see us online as GFA 251. GFA 251 A330-900. Oh, no squawk code? What's up? I don't get that either. All right, folks, we'll go ahead now, get rid of Sim Toolkit since I see I had forgotten. All right, it was gone on my screen, so that's why sometimes it's forgotten. All right, so we're ready to go here, folks. I am going to go ahead and look at our fuel tanks. I hate this. So one thing I love about Payware, they at least for the most part pop out. 2870. What did we say? So we got our fuel load. Okay, good. APU's coming on. So when they pull that again, it isn't going to go away. I just don't get, that's the one thing in this whole endeavor I don't get, is why you have to click service to bring the plane up. So I guess, again, I'm probably missing something. So just to set the stage here, folks, I am going to do this as if flying an A320 on steroids. Or better, let's do it this way, an A320 NEO on steroids, since we're flying an A330 NEO. So that's how I'm going to approach this plane. So just so you're aware. Now, you probably heard as we were going through the music, maybe the tones of the fire checks. We've already checked the APU and the engines for fire checks, and they tested out good. As soon as I do this, I know it's going to go available. Almost. And there's the avail. And we'll go ahead and go on bleed. Sorry, folks, my youngest is here and it sounds like she's throwing up. All right, kind of hang tight here. All right, sounds like all is well. Sorry for that, folks. This could be a little. Unfortunately, this is what happens with live streaming. Live things happen around you. You're reacting all at the same time. So yeah. Anyway, so we're up on the APU. We've come off, so that should not be a problem. Let's look outside. I'll tell you what happened. Is this little truck decided to drive away, and that's when all the chaos happened earlier. Matter of fact, almost looks like it tried again. But anyway, so let's get this checklist running. We've got, now this will not, let's caveat this real quick. We will not have the init request. Folks, this is update like number 1 to the original that came out less than a year ago. So giving them time to catch up. And they will. Folks, they're doing a phenomenal job. Their goal, make every Airbus available. So I've heard. So we'll see if that happens. Maybe that was Tollus. I forget. But anyway, make them all available. Okay, so let's do it. Oh, wait a minute. I brought the checklist up. Where is it? Bear with me here, folks. Again, welcome to live streaming. You gotta love it. Or at least love to hate it. No, just kidding. All right, hang on. I'm working on it here, folks. That isn't enough. Will that be enough? Maybe. Yes. We'll go with that one. I would have swore that came up. So either it somehow errored out on me, or I'm imagining things, which, you know, been told that is a big possibility. And that screen back up. All right. And since we're fueled, I am going to go ahead and start my acres program just so I don't forget, which I do so often, folks. You all just don't know it. Because I pretty much, if I forgot it, don't even worry about it. Just go have fun. We'll see if we can't do a manual, depending on the airline. All right, flying. All right, just getting things set here. We're ready. Here we go, folks. Checklist is up. I'm using the A321 today. Okay, so let's just do a quick look upstairs here. Okay, we'll run up the panel. Everything looks good. We're aligned. Running through the lights. All looks good setup-wise. And finally, running up this way looks good. Come down here. Landing gear down. 3 green. And excuse me. All right, folks. Let me just get our altimeter put in here of 1011. 1011. Okay, cool. All right. All right, so everything's looking good. We're going to roll right on down here. And 328, everything's looking good. We're in mode C. Okay, 12,000. We're on standby, which is good. And spoilers down, flaps up, and we can verify flaps are up as the indication right here shows them up. All right, we're ready to press on for the McDo. Okay. All right, so we're flying with Trent engines. The active dates are good from 21 March to 18 April. And we're going to go to the init page. See, that init request is not here, so we're going to have to plug it in, I think. Check something. Maybe this guy was thinking. So he's not right now. Hang on. I can do something. I forgot I have this. I have the technology. Now, let me look in here. Time. Output. FMC plans. Let's try it. It's OPKC OBBI 0. Okay. Let's give it a try. What the heck? OPKC OBBI Karachi to Bahrain 01. Oh, sweet. Our flight number today is G FA Gulf Air. Did I say? Now I forgot the 251. Okay. We're already aligned, so I can't work these numbers out. Cruise will be 40,000. Above max. Let's try 380. Let's try 400. Too high. Okay, so it really can't, at the moment, take it. 380 it can. Winds, and we can't do anything with the winds. All right. So you can see there's a lot that we still aren't able to do, folks. But hey, we're getting there. So here's init page A. Let's go to page B and get our fuel in here. We get that all, or get our numbers in here. So we go to settings. Just removing it here, moving it around, fuel and balance. Okay, so 0 fuel weight CG, 32.7. We're going to put in 164.5. 64.5. I'm going to be safe. 164.5. Blocking with my fuel 28. Okay. Okay, we'll start at 360. We're going to go right up. Still got some things to work on, as you can see, folks, because I don't like this part right now. I really don't get this either. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, so it's 1. No, I don't. What the? None of this makes sense. So I don't get this. Have to go look and see if there's some kind of a manual. All right. Anyway, we're going to flight plan. And we're going to take a look. Let me get rid of this. Bring up our sim toolkit. I'm sorry, correction charts. Let me move that slightly. There we go. All right, so there's our route, folks. Great program also here. Now, this one is payware, so really do enjoy it. Let's do this. Let's go to our departure. And we go to VERC. Okay, so LE lap. Okay, and we're going to change. This is why I wish this lit up a little bit so I could see this part. Really wish I knew what controlled this. But anyway, so, and I wish I could pull these out, and I can't. So we're going to have to. Okay, and you can't see it anyway, so, okay, well, that kind of stinks too. All right, well, let's just kind of work our way through it. Oh, what's, oh. Okay, that looked good. And then we're just going to work the rest of this over there. 950 miles. Okay. All right, I'm getting an indication that just before Int'l is our descent, and as you can see how we're coming in. Let's take a look at our arrivals. Do we have any? That looks like a negative. Okay, so cancel. Now, let's look at our approaches we have available to us. And again, ooh, not looking good. I think for us, the best would be, because it looks like for the most part, they want us to fly in, do a procedure turn, fly out, do a procedure turn to come in. Well, I say, why don't we just kind of cut over and come in that way? That's the way I'm thinking. Okay, so let's work through this. All right, so I am very confused. That's not how it's supposed to work, I thought. Be very curious if I... Oh, I can. Okay. I was very curious if I'd be able to get rid of it. Okay, and then we're going to go direct for our ILS. Okay, so we'll do this, this, and see what happens. Same thing. Okay, so basically, folks, we're going to come off the... back out just a smidge from item. We're still on the route we entered in the company route-wise. And then we're going to hit SOGAT and go direct to the final for 30 right ILS. Or that's at least what we're hoping. We'll make sure everything's tuned in. Okay. Now, after this page, we go to RadNav. Now, unfortunate, oh yeah, there we go. And then it takes us on our missed approach. Up to, which I don't think it shows on here well. We just fly out. I like to just climb on 300. We'll call you. Don't call us, we'll call you. That's what it looks like. And if you end up in the sea, well, you know. Eh. Oh, that's like seriously, that's what that missed approach kind of looks like. All right. So, with all of that, so we'll climb 300 to 2500 and then contact ATC. Oh, we do get to call ATC. It's not they call us. But you see what I meant? They want us to come in, hit a procedure turn to be able to do this on the CD route, come around and line up for the runway. I perfectly get that. I mean, that's a lot of airports do that. So we just don't have the additional information. All right, frequencies look good in here. Then we're moving on to the perf page. This was something they included now with the update. Let me get rid of charts. All right, this is something really, really screamed for by the enthusiasts at XWorks. And me, I'll be honest, and this is not working the same way. What am I missing here? because my first time out, it filled in here. And so yeah, here I'm a little concerned. I don't know what to put in, why it's not doing what it's supposed to. Either it's not recognizing the airport, is all I can think of, and or the weather, and or both. So that's not good. So I am gonna really go on a stretch here. Hoping Black Box might help shed some information, although I don't think he will. No. Okay, he did in one aspect. Now let me see. It's an A330-200, and that didn't work with this plane. So, dang it. First off, is the transition level correct? Yes. Okay. That is at least correct. It's not recognizing the airports, all I can think of here. And I don't know why. All right, so oh man. Okay. And we're going to just toga. I'm not going to play that game. Now, let me use the information from Black Box here a little bit. It isn't going to do a whole lot. We're on runway 25, so 1600. And it doesn't matter. Okay, it's not going to enter it. Okay. All right, so, well, I was really hoping that would work. Not sure why, but we'll just go, hopefully, hope for the best on this, folks. Don't know why. I can't even enter it. All right. I could enter the airport, I think we'd be okay. Oh well. All right, we'll do the best we can here, folks. Okay, finally, on the pilot flying side, which will be this, we'll have the perf page. On the not flying side, we will have the F plan page. All right, and that, folks, takes us to startup. So bear with me here. Like I said, this is an airplane. Obviously now bear with it. It's got a lot of little quirks that we're still working through, but we're ready to go. We're on VATSIM. Should be. Let me throw this back over here. And set this to where I can get to it easier. There we go. And we're ready to go, folks. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. Thanks for being a part of the stream today. We got about a 3.5-hour flight ahead of us, so we're going to be on for a little bit today. So let's go to startup, shall we? All right, so for that, cockpit lights as required, doors closed. Okay, so let's bring up that infamous screen one more time. Oh, ground service, door. Okay, door closed. And let's get the pushback tug on its
Ground
way.
cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Actually, hang on a second, folks. Bear with me. 25 is behind us, so we're going to need to turn facing. Okay. So we're facing.
Ground cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground cockpit, tow is driving up.
Okay, once we see the tug in front of us, hopefully, we'll be ready to go. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so let's get the jetway away. Beacon lights on. It's like a full moon in the horizon there. Fuel pumps are all on. Pushback clearance received. Engine mode ready.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
I don't know what CB's for. U looks good.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, let's just take a quick gander around. Okay, here. Oh, see, again, this is what I'm talking about. I would love to have not fully ready to go because I can't see up here. Well, we're going to have to do it then. Okay. Okay, we're set on the overhead. Everything looks good here. Coming down. And I do want to send this out. Bob FS88 followed us 2 days ago. I want to say thank you to that, along with Sturger 33 November. Thank you so much. M0 NSTERGR 33. Thanks both of you for the follow 2 days ago. Right, we are cleared for engine start. Just making sure I got everything. Pushback's underway. Let's go to engine start, folks. It's just like any bus. Move it to ignition start. Always make sure your pressures are up. I'm going to start engine 2. And I am going to click to get us on the timer started. Okay, and we should see N1 building here. Looks like we are. Now, one thing I have noticed with this plane, folks, I don't think the word avail comes up. Again, no heavy critiquing here, just one thing I have noticed. We'll see what happens this go around. So what I do in that case, folks, if everything looks stable, I'll either wait for the pushback to complete, or if everything looks stable, commit to starting 1. Since we're not Southwest Air, we can wait till we stop the push. Okay, I think we've reached that point.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, we're going to go ahead and disconnect. Really wish I knew where that light switch was. Okay, there we go, folks. I think we have a good start. Let's see if Chrono works here. Give us our 3 minutes. Oh, it does.
Hose
Good.
disconnected and
Always love
bypass
that.
pin has been removed. Hand signal
Okay,
on
so
the
we
right.
got the
We'll
engines
see you
on.
next
All right,
time and
parking
have a
brake
safe
set.
flight.
Thanks for flying with Captain Mike and flying with Mike. All right, let's see where he is. Perfect. Definitely not that switch. Definitely not that switch. All right, anyway. All right, so let's continue. Okay, so APU. Bleed off. APU. Off. In D mode as requested, constraints on. Okay, and flight directors on, auto brakes max. That's our recheck takeoff setting. Brake fans will go ahead, turn on. Flaps. Going to 1. Spoilers. Let's see if we arm them, we get the white underneath them. We do. Discolored. Good. All right, and cockpit doors locked, taxi, nose light, parking. We need to set one last thing, folks. Go to flight control there. All right, and flight controls to the left, to the right, up or down, up. All right, everything on the menu is good. Let's press the test button, and we're normal. Elevator trim set, takeoff briefing, anti-ice, takeoff clearance. Here we go. To 2-5 left, which will be Kilo to the end, followed by Papa. Okay, why are we not moving? I was looking to see if the chocks were in. God, how did they get reset? I would have swore, folks, did I? I'll have to look at the video. I would have swore I turned them off before. Well, I was looking for them. Obviously, they're not a visible thing. We'll look when we park if we can remember. Alright, we are now on Echo, headed to the end. Alright, final checks here, folks, so we can go. Takeoff clearance, we've got it. All lights will be turned on. Cabin forward. Takeoff normal. ECAM memo, all blue. No blue. We're ready for takeoff, folks. Elevator trim, all radars are on. Here we go, folks. Karachi traffic, Gulf Air 271 departing, 25 left. Just getting this feeling I may turn that down. Again, it's a Toga takeoff.
Karachi traffic, PIA 300 at stand 27, Boeing 777 heavy, ready for pushback and start.
could be loud, folks. All right, folks, we are airborne. Final checks after takeoff, gears up, brakes are set, our brake fan is off, good. And flaps are up, spoilers disarmed. Folks, we're on our way at 3,000. We have already passed. We'll go to standard, and we're on our way, folks, to Bahrain. All right, folks, we're through 10,000 feet, so the lights go off. And away we go. Oh, that is so frustrating. I can't find those switches. right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and bump us up. All right, well, it's one of these switches, folks, and I can't figure it out. Oh well. As Daybreak, Matt Air 1997, or Matt 1997 Air, my bad. Welcome, oh man, envious, but good luck to you on that written there, dude. Oh, very jealous. Good luck to you. And if you need me to show anything, don't expect me to be word for word FAA, if even close. I'd be honored to help, but I don't know much about the instrument side of the house, other than what instruments are what. See if I can't yank the sound down a little more on this. I gotta say, overall, I do like this plane. As we've seen, there's some quirks that I really don't like. But again, to sit here and complaining about them when it's the first update, and they got the basics in place now. So now all they have to do is work on why is it not pulling in all of the all of the airports. So for the performance thing, and a few other little things that kind of annoying, and stuff I'm just gonna have to find the information out on the Discord channel. But folks, there we are, on our way out to sea, towards Bahrain. If you're interested in this flight or anything that Millennium Aviation offers, and folks, they offer a lot. 4 divisions when you join up. You have to sign up for the 3, but you automatically come into the open. And folks, it's like flying for any VA. Plenty of, folks, you're going to go, okay, where's that livery? You're going to have to find them. They have so many liveries, so many different types of aircraft you're allowed to fly, and substitutions if you don't have said aircraft. So, Just a phenomenal airline to fly for. And then you can sign up for the other three. So let's talk about open. Again, that's what you come into. Then I'm part of the charter division. So let's say I want to fly from, okay, let's take one that I looked up. Tokyo, and I'm going to say it wrong. So get ready for giggles. Haneda Airport, downtown Tokyo Airport, basically is what I like to call it. International, the original. From there to Karachi. Well, that flight doesn't exist. Nor do I think it exists in the real world. Nor does it exist out of Narita. So we go, if we've joined and been accepted, which all you got to do is just say why you want to be part of the charter. And usually they accept you. Go in and make your own flight. And just don't try flying it in the Cessna, because it won't make it. Unless you fly maybe the Citation 10. Even that would be a stretch. You might have to fly one of the other corporates, the bigger ones. Bigger, I know, bigger than a Citation 10, and there are a few. But anyway, make sure you'll be able to make the flight with the plane. Or say you like cargo. They actually have a cargo division, folks. You can fly cargo. Say you like the historical stuff. Say the 707s, the Tridents. Here's one for many that may not know. Connies. DC-6s. I know some of you out there like those aircraft. I like the Connie. Not a huge DC-6 fan, but I did like the Connie, folks. That is to me, iconic of all iconic aircraft out there. You might want to fly one of the old Clippers. 314s from Boeing. The flying boats. I think they have those. But that's what the historical division's all about. 727s, 707s. Might even find some DC-9s and DC-8s and all of that good stuff in there. Or let's say you're a pilot that wants to increase his knowledge, his grasp of aircraft. Join the Pro division, where you're going to fly with an instructor. You two are going to work. I mean, you're not going to do 300 hours, folks, of build up to get your commercial, or 250, I think it is, whatever it is. But you're going to work to that end, if that makes sense. Really defined, very structured flying in the smaller aircraft. Unfortunately, you can't fly those aircraft with the others, unless you're in the Pro division. So, really a well done, great software, great Discord, great all around, folks. The people there are great. I've been with them better part of 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. Just loved every minute, folks. Just started doing these destinations of the months, and they're kind of fun, kind of challenging, trying to figure out, can I do it from the last one? And if not, where am I going to fly it from to get there? Now, they'll fly big airports like we've been doing lately, and then sometimes out of the blue, they go, you know what? Let's try that 2,000-foot strip. You ain't going to be able to land, well, maybe 3,000, but they're still going to keep it to where you're not going to bring in the tubes. You're going to have to go down and fly the smaller aircraft. So, really enjoyed, love it, and highly recommend it, folks. Mac Air, you can do it very simply by going !Mac Air. And great bunch of people. Hope you give them a try. Hey, what's it hurt? Click on the link, go look at them, and decide for yourself. And if you do choose, hey, welcome aboard. All right, looks like we're going to be flying straight after that moon as we climb up to 36,000, which once we level off, we'll immediately step up to 40. So, but again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. Sure love having you aboard. And sun is rising. Let's take a look. It says cautiously. There it goes. Very nice job, X-Plane 12. Oh, that looks spectacular. Just make sure I'm getting screenshots. Oh yeah, looking good. From the sunrise in the tail to moon off the nose. What a flight we have today, folks. Alright, so I hope you enjoy, folks. Let me put the overlay up there. And as you can see, we have roughly 2 hours to Bahrain. So I hope you enjoy the ride, folks. And we'll start up a little bit of music here. And just hope you enjoy. All right, folks. Thought I'd just kind of jump in here. I finally figured out how to get the lights to come up here on the middle control panel. I totally forgot about these knobs underneath. It was this one that does the trick. Not sure what this one does yet. Oh, it's the backlighting there for the there we go. So, but anyway, it's under. Go for it. Love it, Airbus. Love it. Hey, didn't take long. Only took an hour and 30 minutes into the stream to figure it out. Actually, a little less than, but still. Hey, thanks for flying with Mike, folks. We'll just keep the music rolling as we've got just about an hour and 55 minutes ahead of us to Bahrain. Okay, folks, not sure what happened with the music there. We'll try it again, see what happens. Alright, folks, and welcome into Flying with Mike. A little bit about me for those who may be new to the channel. I have, first off, a private pilot's license. However, it's not current, hasn't been for the better part of 30 years. I just haven't been able to get up with an instructor, do my biannual, and keep my medical current, which that's all I need to do to get back in the air. But folks, you all say, well, that's easy. Yeah, so you got to pay for it. So, very expensive hobby to actually fly. However, there is this thing called the sim, which I've been a part of for the better part of 23 to 24 years. Started my career in the flight simming world in either FS 98 or 2000. Progressed my way up to FSX, where I held until 2020, where my computer that time running FSX just out of this world on it, decided to run out of memory. And I don't mean because of FSX like a lot of people think. No, it just ran out of memory and wouldn't start. And it's a mistake I made. Didn't make it, hopefully, with the second computer. And at the same time, I finally bolted from Microsoft and was never, ever coming back. A lot of reasons behind that, folks. But if you go back to the 2008 time frame when FSX came out, do a little research and you'll find out where and why I don't trust Microsoft anymore. If I could get rid of them altogether, I would. But anyway, that's not what this is all about. It's about, you know, who is the guy behind the mic. So for 23 years, like I said, I've been flight simming. 2020, we switched to X-Plane 11, and thoroughly amazed at how different it was than when I first checked out X-Plane in 2008, oddly enough. It's a little reason there, folks. Back then, I did it just, oh my gosh, no. But then, Austin and his crew progressed and made a phenomenal sim with the ensuing years thereafter. It took a lot for me to finally believe that, and a bunch of prodding and pushing by Hawker 125, one of our moderators here. And I finally switched over to X-Plane 11, and graciously, when X-Plane 12 came out, jumped on board, and we're in X-Plane 12 today, folks, and enjoy every bit of it. So glad I left. Never to come back. Well, I shouldn't say never, but there's a good chance I won't come back. So I find the dynamics here a lot better. The whole philosophy so much better than what the other, as I call, dark side shows. But hey, you all, to each their own and what they enjoy flying. We are in the X-Works A330-900 NEO. Beautiful plane. Great job taking the default X-Plane Laminar A330-300 and upgrading it to the Dash 900. And they just, within the last week or two, released the Dash 800, using, again, the same base being the A330-300. So you have that current aircraft technology out there. Plus you have the A330-300s and 200s. Yep, they also released an A330-200 when pretty close to when this one released, the 900. And just recently, they released the A340-300. I haven't dived into that one yet. We're thinking about it. Really, we're giving this one a good, full, all-out shakedown. We've run across some things that were concerning, but nothing to where I won't fly it. Otherwise, we would have switched aircraft. It's just, I wished it would have, well, I'll tell you, because I have let XWorks know we are streaming today. When you go into the settings up here for the A330-900 performance, it did not pull up Karachi. Don't know why, just didn't. So we couldn't get performance data. So we guessed, probably really badly, but nonetheless, we guessed. And hey, we must have guessed somewhere in the right part because we're in the air. So, but you know, aside from little things like that, and it took me a while to figure out how to raise and lower the front control panel FCP lights. Now I know how. And if I haven't shown you all, I will here in a moment. But Discord's open. The invite is in the chat room, so I'd love to chat with you all. So as we go to break, thanks again for flying with Mike. And our subscribers that are on board, thank you so much. We much appreciated. Now, albeit this is a free mod here, but you have been instrumental in helping us obtain aircraft like Felis 747, Tolis, all of them that we have, and flight factors. So, and some we haven't flown here in a while, like the Piper Arrow and the Caravan. So, do not fray, we'll be back in those here soon. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to our subscribers. So, but anyway, folks, we should be coming back to our followers. Again, thank you all, those who follow and those who just lurk about, pop in, pop out. Hey, we thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. So, we will continue our flight and looking at about an hour and a half into Bahrain. So again, you're more than welcome to come up on Discord. We have only one rule here. This is a family channel, so respect those that may be either parents watching or in the room while they're enjoying their flight sim, enjoying what they want. You know, let's be respectful of little ears. All right, so the only other thing, if I had a question about this plane, it's more a question than I have a problem with it. Are there different engines on the A330 than the Trents? I'm just curious. I don't know the aircraft that much, so it's not as familiar as, say, a 747 or even the smaller Airbuses. Just curious, is there different engines for this aircraft, or is it all just Rolls-Royce? Tell you one neat thing I like about this plane right here, folks. It tells you what it is. As it's kind of stabbing at you. If you got 3D glasses on, I feel sorry for you. All right, folks. So, but yeah, we have the Qatar FIFA World Cup. We couldn't find Gulf Air, and they do have A330s. I just couldn't find one. Not one out. There's no big deal. But Qatar is right across. We'll call it the bay, but I know it's more than a bay. So we'll be getting into the arrival brief here, probably in the next 20-30 minutes. There's not much to it, folks, but we'll walk through it so we're all familiar with where we're headed. So again, sit back, relax, like we love to say here at Flying with Mag, and enjoy the ride. We're here to help you decompress from very stressful days. And believe me, I've needed that myself. So y'all enjoy. All right, folks, I can tell you this much. We're getting pretty good frame rates. I just brought up the av tab that I have in my plugins, and we're getting good frames with it, with the weather, online VATSIM on top of it. So, yeah. And like most X-Plane 12ers out there, looking forward to the release of version, what is it going to be, I guess, 1.0? Though we've had a whole bunch of versions. Is that how we call it? So maybe I ought to watch a couple of videos they've put out. So, but anyway, there you have it, folks. We're doing pretty good on frame rates. Overall, the weather in this has gotten better. Just one piece of it, I wish they could, work it out, because it just seems like everywhere I go it rains. And I could have clear skies all around me, and it rains. So, and Contrary to some that say it's the dew point physics, and I'm pretty sure it's tongue-in-cheek, the dew points are way off. They're not within the spread for that, so. But anyway, it's been a pleasure flying X-Plane 12 all these months. Well, almost I could say all these years. And I think they've done a really good job bringing in these 3D, as they call them, clouds. And all the rest, the trees, I mean, it's just amazing, the scenery. So, again, looking forward to Bahrain in about an hour and 20 minutes. So enjoy the music. Hopefully you're able to decompress as we cross over the Indian Ocean. All right, folks, we're about an hour, call it an hour and 10 minutes out of Bahrain. Let's, take a look at a couple things here real quick, familiarize ourselves up. Let's get on the perf page. We're about 346 miles out from our destination. Now, the one other thing that performance page that I was trying to show you, but you can't in flight, totally makes sense. Nothing wrong with that. Um, is we can't get any kind of arrival information. So without going through the approach phase, and we'll stay away from that for now. However, we got 340 miles to go. I think it's a good time to take a look at it, shall we? All right, and for that, I'm going to go ahead and bring in, let's bring in charts. All right, now this is the usual go-to, one of my big go-to programs, folks. A lot of information can come right out of this little program, if you want to call it little. Hang on just a second, folks. My nose is beckoning a Kleenex. I always wonder, how can I blow so much snot out of my nose and then still have enough sniffles to feel like I blew nothing out? Amazing. Oh, I love those with allergies will know what I mean. All right, but anyway, a lot of information packed in this relatively small program. Charts, if you're not familiar, is payware. It's part of NavGraph. If you keep your flight sim up to date on VORs, NDBs, airways, and such, why not pay a little extra on your subscription for that to have charts? What charts will give you is just that, charts for the world. Now, I will preface that if you don't want all the other things that come with it, like the weather, the ATISes, um, and such, you may, if you're going to just fly the United States, stick with SkyVector. But if you're going to fly the world, Bahrain, Europe, Asia, pick your continent, you don't have to go hunting and searching for VATSIM sites or the internet to try to find a chart for your airport. So, anyway, we're back into a commercial, so let me give it about another minute here, and then we'll get right into the arrival brief. All right, folks, welcome back. All right, so let's get into this arrival brief. I'm not going to say much more about charts other than let it speak for itself. All right, so right now we are not where the aircraft is. Oop, I hit the wrong switch. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so we are basically flying along Arab of Emirates. working our way inland. Just kind of right here, MENSA was where we were to descend to 34,000. Obviously, we're not. I'm looking for something else. The actual descent point, we were actually supposed to be up near 40,000 feet. And, well, that just wasn't in the cards. Let's see if it's allowing. Nope, won't allow us right now. So we'll just stay right at 38,000. 310 miles to go. And Int'l was our proposed top of descent. All right, so you can see what we have to go. Dubai is, for those of you familiar, one of the busier airports out here, right in this area. Can't think of the one that I used to go into, Sharjah. And then there was one south, the new kind of cargo, but it's kind of a huge reliever to Dubai. All right, so let's push ahead, though. All right, to where you all saw it lined up here. So again, I said around Int'l, we're going to begin our descent-ish right now. We'll see where that actually falls. Yeah, it's in 300 miles. And then we continue on. Now, there is no star for this direction of travel. Most of them are from coming down the Persian Gulf from Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. So, all right, so we're going to be basically descending to SOGAT, and then from SOGAT, we're going to just fly direct to the ILS and into Bahrain. Or at least that's our game plan. You all know how much fun the VATSIM controllers love to have to say, no, you're not going to fly that way, you'll fly my way. So we'll see. Oh, and again, to those of you, I know a lot of you all come up from the U.S., we are not in the required CTAF, meaning, if you're not familiar, VAT USA, which covers the, go figure, USA, right now is trying out CTAF as your contact. I'm still kind of on the fence if I like it or not. I like the fact they're actually thinking this direction, but I'm also not liking the fact that if you're in, say, like, let's just throw out where I live, St. Louis, and Kansas City's up. Now, St. Louis is a bad one because it's not a real bad. Let's go LAX. What the heck? We pile on them, or even Las Vegas. If you're on the ground there, as I understand the policy of CTAF, if you're on the ground there and Los Angeles Center is up, they're who you contact. I personally think that's wrong. Because I've sat for 45 minutes waiting on them, burning my flight time while they enjoy their time. And quite frankly, many a time disconnected, took off, got in the air, then connected and said, okay, now I'm airborne. Can I have my clearance? And yes, they're very pissed off at me. But you know what? I'm tired of waiting on them. That's what I was kind of hoping CTAF would do. Allow us to get going when they want to drag their feet because they don't have enough controllers to handle the volume where we are. So, yeah, I'm one of those folks. So you can send all your hate mail to my I don't care email folder and enjoy. Because I'm going to do it again if they do it again. So, but anyway, that's what I was kind of led to believe, and I was led to believe wrong. And I wish they would go to that policy. So, but anyway, that's USA. We're over here in Bahrain. Like I said, we're going to come off SOGAT, go the 27 miles to CI-30, which is basically the initial fix for the runway on the ILS. Hopefully we'll see it, and then we can just go and hand fly it and smash the runways however hard we smash it. All right, so from SOGAT, like I said, we're going to head over here to roughly distance 8 on the DME here, off of Bahrain. I believe it's BHR, so it's coming off the Vortac. So 8 miles from it, which means we're probably about 8 point, we'll call it 5 miles from the runway. Now, the important things here, of course, across the top, we have ATIS, your approach, which is Bahrain, your tower and ground. All very important if they're up. If they're not, we stay on 122.8. We're not CTAF, so we don't switch to tower. Sorry, folks, my nose is draining right now. However, the next line in the briefing strip here is important. We want to know our localizer frequency, 110.3, final approach course 300, and at 4.5 from our localizer is where we want to be at 1,500 feet. That's right here, folks. So we're 4.5 miles from the runway. Hang on. Oh, these allergies are just so much fun. Anyway, so we'll get our decision altitude and height down below. Airport's 8 feet above sea level, as is the runway. The game plan here, we're going to land the runway. And it doesn't help. It's the vent. Feels like the vent's right over me for the air heat, but I know it's far corner, long way away. So we're coming in 30 right. So as you can see on this chart, the far runway here, that's 13,000. Hope to get off at Alpha 4 or Alpha 5, and then work our way back to the terminal. Okay, let's get back on the VOR. Okay. Oh, love when my nose and my mouth just kind of dry up at the same time. There we go. Okay. Okay, so missed approach. Hopefully you've read that. It's a simple 2,500 feet. And contact ATC. May we come back, please? That's pretty much what it is. Transition level 15,000 feet. Let's see. So normally you would come into the VOR, hit a procedure turn, come back to the VOR, then fly out either you're an A and B aircraft or a C and D. So in our case, we would come back, fly this long, elongated procedure turn to come back in on the ILS. However, we're not. We're going to fly direct, like I said, to here, join the localizer, and bring it in. We're coming in at distance 8. So we'll be probably between 2,000 and 1,500 feet as we continue, continue in, so that when we do reach 4.5 DME, we're at 1,500 feet. So that way we joined the localizer. We then join the glide slope to bring it in. Plus we'll be at approach speed. All of that good stuff, folks, because we're only 4.5 miles out, so we need to start getting the aircraft stable. Okay, and then we'll come down it nicely until we see the runway. We'll take over, and then you know what happens on Flying with Mike. All heck breaks loose. Missed approach. We'll go over the minimums here in a second for that. All right, so we're going to expect high approach lighting systems level 2 with rail at the end. Basically, we're going to have just about every type of approach light out there to get us into this airport. 2,500 feet at 300 degrees. Here's the minimums, folks. All right, we're level D. So we're 273 feet MSL or 265 feet above the ground. Both, folks, it's hard to imagine, but both those numbers are at the same point in the sky. Bold is measured from sea level. Bracketed, parentheses, from ground level. Hence, 8 feet separate them. Not bad here. Get up to Bogota, it's a whole different ball game. And we've seen that. We're going to come in full setup here, so we're allowed 600 meters on our RVR. And then for the next block over, if the touchdown lights and center line lights are out, you see how everything kind of stayed the same. However, item 1 says 750 meters when you don't have flight director, autopilot, or a HUD. Okay, so pretty simple, easy approach, I think, I hope. I say that and usually I botch it. So, but anyway, again, SOGAT, runway 30 right, my bad, and then in on the ILS. Weather at Bahrain. Currently, as of 51 minutes ago, 340 at 13. Again, still clear, visibility okay, 21 degrees Celsius. Wind 340, again, 13 knots. Visibility is above 9,900 meters. And our ceiling is above 12,000. So we're cool. No weather-related information. It's no significant. Should be a pretty decent arrival in here. We do have, and okay, because of IVAO, I'm like, do we have ATC all of a sudden? So with the ATIS, we see here 25 minutes ago, landing 30 right, departing 30 right, transition 15,000, and that's about all they're giving us. So. All right, so there's our arrival brief, and we are now currently 50 minutes out, and we'll begin setting up the McDo here, at about 100 miles out. So I'm going to go ahead, let the music roll on, and we're going to look forward to a pretty decent landing here. And again, folks, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. Just appreciate it greatly. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're within about 30 minutes and about 90 miles out. So let's do our final checks here. We will not activate until we have the speed under our control, but we can do next phase and make sure our numbers are correct. And I can already hear you. Wait a minute, it's in the wrong numbers for me. Yeah. But I can tell you this much, that's correct. We're going to be setting 1019 over here. That's as of 14 minutes ago. Temperature here 21. That's incorrect. So let's see if we can change it. I bet we can't. Nope. And wind speeds were 340 at 10. They're close. All right, so really not a lot we can do on this page yet. Hopefully XWorks gives us some ability here. So our plan is the approach speed of 144, and we have to decide here. All right, so let's go back to our chart. Bring in charts up. Okay, so as we look at our chart here, folks, let's come down here. What this is looking for, M, DA, or DH. What's the difference? Folks, it's the same number. However, you can't put them both in here. So you can't put 273 and 265 in together. You do one, it cancels the other. They're the same number. So we'll put 273. I use and look at it this way. The M for MSL. This one is your bracketed or AGL. We'll go here. Pick one. Look, I'll put in 265 down here, and it gets rid of it. So we'll go with this. And I found that many airlines do go with MDA above sea level. Okay, and again, 144 is what we'll set as of distance 4.5 on the local when we get coupled up here. So all right, so we are ready and looking for the arrival here, folks. We are just under, hang on a second, per page, 70 miles to top of descent. And from there, folks, we cruise right into Bahrain, pretty much working it straight in. So get a nice look ahead of us. Again, we're out in the middle of the ocean here, folks. At the Persian Gulf, in between. Oh, excuse me. Did not mean to yawn in your ears, folks. From the Arab of Emirates, we'll be flying close to Qatar. Wonder what's on the side of our plane. Qatar. Some say Qatar. I don't get that one out of it, but whatever. And then we'll turn towards the island nation of Bahrain. So we'll kind of just cruise along here. Bring up some of the aircraft volume here. Let her do the talking for a little bit. And folks, if you haven't been paying attention, I wish I could blow it up, but I can't. The winds aloft have been pretty brutal on us. 236 at 117. So our ground speed has only been about 382 knots. So yeah, we've been kind of going a little slow here. Now, for those of you going easterly, enjoy the tailwind. But yeah, we've had to fight the headwind, which right now is quartering us and will become more of a side crosswind. So hopefully we pick up a little speed on the next two legs. ALPOB to our turn in for the runway. Plus we'll be descending, so hopefully the weather is a little less frightful. Wow, we didn't even do much correction for that. Holy mackerel. All right, so we are slowly coming up on top of climb. It's 40 miles out. All right, so it's going to be, I think it's still Rotag now. That's odd. 40,000, it was Int'l. That's okay. We'll just keep cruising along here, folks. Again, I hope you've enjoyed the ride. Again, for those now just tuning in, never heard of Flying with Mike, thinking about hitting that follow button, but hey, who is this guy? Well, I do have a private pilot's license, although sometimes on here it doesn't look like that. But I haven't kept current with it. It's been since the mid 80s since I last logged true hours as a private pilot. Now, I just flew earlier or late last year. Had a great time. You know, if I had the money, I would love to get back into it, but folks, it's very expensive. But anyway, I do possess a private pilot's. Been at this thing called Flight Sim for about 23, 25 years. And started with Flight Sim 98 or 2000 and progressed my way up the chain like everyone. Uh, I still stand by my comments that Flight Sim 2004, A Century of Flight, was the best sim Microsoft ever put out to date. So that includes what you all see today. Switched to X-Plane in 2020 and wished I'd done it earlier. I did try in 2008 to switch, but it didn't look and feel what a sim should be. But boy, in those ensuing years before I came over, Austin and his team really put together a spectacular system. And I'll never go. As of right now, I know never to say the word never, but right now I don't ever plan to go back to Microsoft. There's a lot of reasons why I wanted out, and I'm glad I did. And not looking back one bit at it. So, but something else could come along that could be better. So you never know. It just won't be towards the dark side. But yeah, new computer is what brought that along. So, and that and the pushing of Hawker 125 brought me into the world of X-Plane. And like I said, don't look to be leaving anytime soon. So, All right, so let's wrap up this one. We're 25 miles out of that top of descent, sitting up there at Rotag, my bad. And we'll start our descent into Bahrain there. Um, Again, I hope you've enjoyed this. Well, now coming up on roughly 4 hours of streaming, and or actually 3.5 hours. Sorry, hang on a second. So, like I said, this has been a great run from Karachi over to Bahrain, and we'll see what we can do for y'all in the world of a landing. If you'd like to put a prediction in, uh, since we do use Sim Toolkit, exclamation mark, the word predict, put a space in there, and then a negative number. See how close I'm able to come to it. I'm no guarantees, folks. I've even got one in there. All right, so we are now dropping within 18. All right. Let's do our real quick update here. Descent preparation ATIS, we've received METAR, we've received McDo performance set, decision altitude set. We don't have a star. Landing elevation is in auto, and takeoff, I'm sorry, top of descent, we're monitoring and just about there. All right, so we're going to set up for 3,000. You're all going, holy mackerel. I'm going straight, folks. If ATC comes on, they'll change my mind. And there we go, starting our descent. We'll move to constraints here shortly. Auto brake, we'll do medium. I don't like this, that you can't see much. Probably something I gotta turn up. What do you think? Let's see here. Let's try turning this up. Nope, that didn't do it. This. And this. And no, and no. All right, well, we know it's on. Terrain radar we know is on. And we've done our approach brief, and we're monitoring the descent at about 1,200 feet a minute right now. And we're just taking her down gently, and eventually she'll steepen up for the descent. So again, thanks for flying with Mike. I hope you enjoyed the flight. If you've enjoyed the content, I'd love you to smash that follow button so you can find out where we're going. Now we're down to about 1 to 2 flights for the next week or so, folks. A week. We might pick back up. We'll see how things are going. We're on baby watch patrol right now. 2 of my daughters are pregnant, due any day. So that's partially why, plus during the Lent season, I decided to drop to just 2 flights a week so that I could devote more time to Jesus and God. So. I know what DOH is. That's can't think of the pronunciation. Hang on. Doha in Qatar. Qatar. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. however you want to say things. Louisville, Louisville. Gotta love those kinds of cities. The other one, I'm not so sure of. Trying to figure out what DIA is. Must be at the same airport of some kind because they're at the same distance almost. All right, well, we're not going to get too involved in that. We're headed up to Modog. That's got to be the same place. So, all right. So hopefully you all will enjoy. We're about we have steepened our descent, and it looks like the system wants us around 270 for the descent. All right, folks, so we are coming up on Modog, and then we're going to head over to SOLOB, and that'll be our turn to head down to SOGAT to begin our approach. So, nice early morning arrival into Bahrain. Tell you one thing that's always interesting through here is how tightly packed. It's like the North Atlantic tracks, how they're just packed right there, some going easterly, some going westerly. Just kind of amazing how many tracks here over the Persian Gulfs aircraft can take to get into Dubai. Mainly Dubai, but other airports as well here. All right, so let's get up here and sound. Let's get people in their seats. Right. All right. Yeah, I know it keeps barking at me to put some speed brakes out, but I kind of like the keeping us up a little bit on speed coming down. So, but at 13 or 15,000, folks, we'll set our altimeter. It's funny when you look at these checklists that, and granted, this is a toll list, not this aircraft. Um, and I know it's geared more for Europe than anywhere else. There's, for the checklists, you have, well, I could show, not the one I'm using, but show you one. A lot better instead of trying to, let's see. Not sure if this one will show it or not. Let's see. Nope. All right. This one unfortunately does not. Do I even? No, I don't. Okay. I thought I had one in here for the A319 or 321. But I don't. No big deal. Anyway, the checklist goes cruise, descent preparation, which we've done. Descent, we've started. Passing 10,000. Perfectly fine. At transition level. Okay. Other than Europe and a few other locations, transition level actually occurs usually before 10,000 feet. It's an interesting where do you stick it? That right there in itself could mean a lot of things. Um, we'll just leave it at that. Uh, so I just find that interesting. And then final approach. If you're flying in Europe, this makes perfect sense. This way of how the checklist is, put together for the crew. But in the US, you'd go transition level, then you'd cross 10,000, then you'd begin your procedures to get to final approach. So again, it is interesting. But again, guess what Airbus is? That's right, European Consortium, is that right? Of countries that came together to build these aircraft. All right, so here we come on transition level. And just 37 minutes ago, it was 10:19. Okay, and I like to double check both sides, put us in LS, constraints, LS, and constraints 110.30, I believe is correct. Yep, okay. All right, folks, so here we go, starting down the home stretch. Coming up on 10,000. Okay, at transition level, we were to go to approach phase. We're not there yet. Now we're going to extend the speed brakes. All right, landing lights on. And as soon as I take over speed, which I think I'm going to do now we'll go to approach phase. All that's going to do, folks, is move us right on the approach page so we can still see our numbers now, 146, 137. Basically, that means we'll fly down at 146. We're planning to touch down at or around 137. And we'll see how that works out. And I am going to make sure we got 7,000 to lose, so it's time for an open descent. And since I'm not seeing a hockey stick to tell me how close that will be, I'm going to put some speed brakes out. Okay. And we're ready. Okay, so wing lights are on, seatbelt signs are on, cockpit doors locked, anti-ice as required, not needed. Let's see. Approach mode will turn on as we get closer to the localizer. We'll get the altitude set for a go around, runway turn off on, nose lights are on, spoilers will go to armed, and we'll get the landing gear down and locked. All right, so we're ready for landing, folks. Hope you all enjoy. And again, thanks for flying with Mike today. We sure appreciate everyone coming aboard. All right, so got about 13 miles to go. I'm going to go ahead and start slowing us up to 220. All right, well, we're not getting, okay, let me dial this down. All right, we're not getting anything on localizer or glide slope yet. Hoping within the next 5 miles or so that'll happen. There we go. Localizer is alive.
2,500.
And as we turn on to the localizer, folks, I'll begin slowing us up.
2,000.
All right. Glide slope just came alive, so we got everything ready. Let's go ahead and begin our slowdown. I got the runway in sight. Get the gear coming down. .46 to 150. Okay, flaps full. We are fully configured. Slowing to 145. Got the runway in sight. And we're going to go ahead and take over. All right, we are stable. We're gonna land.
1,000.
And we're landing. Stable landing.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
All right. Much quicker anticipation there than I anticipated. Go ahead and get off here. And there you have it, folks. Welcome to Bahrain. Beautiful flight. Enjoyed it. Take a look at it here in a second. Hopefully we'll get a replay. Let's go ahead and get that terrain radar off. Alright, what looks like a good stall to pull in here? How about this one right here? We'll just take this first one. Okay, APU's on. All right, so let's just double check everything. Okay, spoilers disarm, landing lights off, nose lights off, FD and constraints all off. Okay. Brake fans, are we even needing them? Let's find out. Nope. And PWS radars are off. Strobe lights off, auto, masters on, TCAS is in standby, and we've got our clearance in, parking, brakes off. Okay, we're good to shut them down. Sure, our parking brake is in fact on. And bleed air on. I think it's on. Wow, that got really dim too. All right, so we are in the gates. I bet you it doesn't work. Nope. All right. And the beacon now off. All right, there we go, folks. We're in the blocks. I hope you enjoyed that ride. It was a fun one. A little on the longer side than we try to do here, but we did have fun nonetheless. Let me get in here. 365 feet a minute Mac Air logged us at. Okay, good deal. And well, let's take a look here. 345 feet, so they're about the same. That's cool in the flight. All right, let's bring up some toolkit. Actually, first, let's be safe. Plugins, settings, and this is what we were talking about. Doesn't look like it's reading this airport either. All right, so ground service. All right. And there you have it, folks. Beautiful plane. Whoever painted this up, really good job. Good job. At least in my, I don't know if that's how the real one looks or not, but it does look really good. I'm going to get rid of the overlay first, and then we'll get Sim Toolkit up here. All right, let's take a look at this now, shall we? Okay, so basically, once you land, make sure if you're still on that page, click complete flight. Ends up in your logbook. Pick a flight, folks. We'll pick our flight here. There's what it looked like. View details gives you the bare bones, 2.5 hours in the air. I'm sorry, almost 3 hours in the air, almost 900 miles, 10.6 kilogram metric tons, 1.17 Gs, and 345 feet per minute, about 10 knots short of our VREF. Now, here's why I like Sim Toolkit for teaching purposes. Yeah, I'm going to already tell you folks, this is at least visually a good landing. I'm going to say it probably was because it felt really good in the plane. But anyway, 345 feet a minute, folks, is not that bad. All right. So first off, a little knowledge here. You're not supposed to land in the displaced threshold. Sometimes they'll line up and wait, but really they don't because you're coming in right over them. But that's used to help them get ahead of what may be on the other end, so they're high enough above it. Your threshold line here, that's where the legal runway for landing starts. And then your 500 foot down to runway hash marks for the first 3,000, depending on runway length. However, these big pads, that's what you visually key on your approach. They're real easy to see and you aim for them. So in our case, we landed 1,611 feet down the runway and we were about 24 feet to the left of the center line. That's not bad, but you really do try to get on the center line so that way you have maximum distance between the engines and the edge lights. Okay, so little off to the left, we did a little bit of a fighter landing, if you will. But overall, that looks great. But now, if you start seeing these hash marks on this end, you might want to start thinking about really stopping hard because you're getting ready to run out of runway. Okay, so that was a really good flight. Let's see here. We'll get rid of it here and here. And I'm gonna go ahead. Hate when I do that. All right, folks, once everything's closed up, we're going to try and first off look at it, make sure nothing's hanging. Okay, let's give it a try to see if we can watch a replay. Oh yeah, make sure you come off VATSIM. I was a bad boy. All right, so let's give it a try, folks. Looks like we get a replay. Here we come into Bahrain. We'll speed it up a little bit. By the way, folks, this replay module inside X-Plane 12 comes with X-Plane 12. You don't have to download something, install it into your sim, and then when you're flying, start it and start recording where you want. This has been recording from the time we came on, started the sim. So, great learning tool here. Now you can watch what you're doing. Where, I know where part of my screw up was, I got a little high. See how those marks are real easy to see? Look at that landing, folks. Yeah, I am left of the center line, but not as by much as they say, which is fine. You know, hey, we can argue that to the cows come home, if there are any cows here. Ah, love that view, folks. Let's look at it again. And those that want screenshots, there you go. All right, let's go back out, take a look at it from the passenger's perspective as we come into Bahrain. Look at that scenery, folks, just amazing. And we can squibble over that too, but I'm here to tell you, not going to win with me. All right, so look at that. Just a little bit, folks, a little bit of wing flex on that landing. Let's take a look on the other side. What did these folks get to see? Just a beautiful landing. Well, folks, we're going to show a couple more views because I do want to look at it from a little different perspective in the cockpit here. Let's go from here. Let's watch it. That was the part bothering me, that the engines I didn't take over. But overall, I'm not going to complain, folks. This has been a phenomenal flight. Enjoyed it. I hope you all did as well. We'll get one more view from the tower, hopefully. I don't even see it, so I don't know how it's going to look. Oh no, the nose gear's missing. See if it pops into play here in a minute. Nope. There it is. That's great. I love replays sometimes. All right, folks, but welcome into Bahrain. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. Thank you so much for the followers. Thank you for those who just jump in, jump out, wanting to see what's going on here. We sure appreciate you. But folks, overall, this was a great flight, and I want to say thank you again for Flying with Mike. I hope to see you on our next stream. I don't know when that'll be, but we'll do our best to make it as quickly as possible. Thank you again. God bless. We'll see you on the next stream.